Hello gamers, drafters, friends, I'm Kevin. Thanks for joining me. We're here to play some draft, because I love cube draft. And it's time to play some Magic. We've got chromatic cube draft. As much as I like the idea of maybe trying to hit one in the next day, I'm way more interested in just playing cube draft. So here we go. Yesterday we got 3 trophies in a row. That was pretty fantastic. I did play a couple games off stream and ruined my streak, but we got three trophies in a row. A couple of 6-3s since then, just for fun. See if we can get another couple trophies today. Either way, we're gonna have fun because it's cube. Let's see what we get into. I like a lot of the changes they made with this cube. Getting rid of Breach the Multiverse, getting rid of Grenzo. Nobody liked Grenzo. It was a shame that it was in the cube for so long. And yeah, we did some fun things with it. But it's a good thing it's gone. Atali is bordering Grenzo territory, though. I'll tell you what, that card is nutty. Alright, hello Pack 1 Pick 1. What do you have for us? You have a Llanowar Loam Speaker. Card's amazing. It's one of the best green cards. It's a 2-drop. Sometimes you just beat your opponent down with 4/4s. Most of the time you just ramp. We can glance at what's in this pack otherwise. Xander's Lounge for some Grixis-y things. Valky's kind of cool. Usually as a Tibalt, but as a 2-drop, he's pretty reasonable disruption, especially in Chromatic Cube, when a lot of the cheaper removal spells have been removed from the card pool. But Llanowar Loam Speaker is awesome. It's got to be one of the best cards in the set. I'd be willing to argue. And it's one of my favorites, so. The rest of this isn't that exciting. Loam Speaker it is. So, there are several strategies you can take in this Chromatic Cube. There's plenty of ways to ramp outside of green, but in my personal opinion, green is the strongest because all of your stuff ramps, and then you get to pair it with a couple other colors to get a lot of value, whether that's white or blue or black. Bramble Familiar looks like our pick here. Karn's okay. I mean, Karn's good, especially if you're playing a control deck. Or one of the non-green decks. I don't necessarily need Karn in my green deck. I'd be fine to play with him, but you usually want to play something that affects the board a little bit heavier when you're playing creatures that you have to tap for your 4th mana. Cyclonic Rift is nice in here. Bloodchief's Thirst. This is a pretty good pack. Bramble Familiar is our pick. Okay. Unstoppable Slasher is a pretty unfair Magic card, in my personal opinion. Might be a good idea to take that. There's also Skull Prophet here, and that's a card that can wheel. The fact that it's 2 colors means as a 2 mana producing creature, it's not as highly sought after as cards like these. See Herald of Eternal Dawn. The card's cute, but I don't like my life hanging on just one creature. It's not my thing. And it's expensive for a 6/6 fly. I mean, it's not that expensive for a 6/6 flyer with flash, but triple white, I don't know. There's better cards to cast for 7 mana. Like Runescar Demon, sort of. We're going to take Unstoppable Slasher here. Alright, I don't see any other green rampy cards. I don't see any cards that influence my color decisions. Sorin's okay. I mean, I guess Sorin's pretty reasonable to play as a turn 4 or turn 3 after playing one of these. It's not the worst idea. But I find Sorin moderately underwhelming. And in a ramp deck, you can sometimes just like take 7 off the top. So I'm just going to take this Overgrown Tomb. It's nice to have shock lands. And Slasher's good. So it'd be nice if we can play black-green. A couple things to choose from here. We have the Fountain Port Channeler. Fountain Port Channeler is pretty decent. It's not quite a mana dork, but it does make your creatures cheaper. And it's a 2-drop 2/3, aggressively costed. Sometimes on turn 3 you play it and make all your creatures really cheap. There's also Ashiok in here, and that's a pretty good card to play, especially if you can afford it in your ramp decks. I think I'm a little more inclined to take Ashiok than the Fountain Port Charmer, especially since we have a couple 2-drops already. Ashiok's high power level, touches into black. Fountain Port Charmer is quite strong. I'm going to take Ashiok, see what else gets passed our way. Wow, look at all these dual lands we'd like to see. We could probably wheel one of these. It would be tough to wheel the Underground Mortuary. That would be ideal, though. Drowned Catacomb or Hinterland Harbor will help us cast Ashiok. So I'm going to take Binding of the Old Gods. This card's awesome. It's a removal spell. It's a 2-for-1. The third effect doesn't matter that much, but strong card. Cards that ramp and kill things, generally quite good. Buried in the Garden, Binding. Big bad gold permanents. And Finale of Eternity is pretty good. It's okay. It's okay. I think Temple Garden might be my pick here, just for the sake of playing more colors. It is the Chromatic Cube, after all. Finale's fine. I mean, Prosper's really good, too. I could take Prosper, but I'm going to take Temple Garden. See what else gets passed our way. Temple of Mystery, Unholy Annex. I think Unholy Annex is probably pretty good in a ramp deck. Ramp up to a 6/6, refill your hand. I can find other demons. It'd be nice to get this Temple of Mystery for the sake of Ashiok, though. I don't know how good Unholy Annex really is, but we'll try it. Ashiok or Valky Wheels. Huh. Maybe we should have taken Prosper. Prosper and a couple of these Jund lands instead of Ashiok. But then I would have felt weird about passing Valky. And there's also this Hauntwood Shrieker. I don't really care about playing 3/3s that manifest Dread, to be honest. I'll take Valky. You know, Old Rutstein's fine, but I really don't care that much about it. I think I'd rather just try to play blue, maybe. Old Rutstein just gets cut so often. There's Skull Prophet. I'm happy to see that. Hedron Archive, okay. That's not necessarily going to make it. I like Fountain Port Charmer on the wheel, that's nice. And that Hinterland Harbor, you love to see it. Grave Titan's a pretty good place to be in the ramp department. It's not great against Come Back Wrong, specifically. Nissa's quite good, too. I mean, maybe we just take Nissa. Yeah, I think we probably just take Nissa. There's a chance that Grave Titan even wheels. I like Nissa a lot. Replaces herself, gets you more cards, becomes a threat later on. Lolth or Casualties of War? Lolth is fine. We do have a good number of creatures. I really like ramping into Casualties of War. I'm going to take it. That card's devastating, and it's really fun to play with. I see a green-blue land, and not a whole lot else that excites me. Doppelgang exists. The card's cool. But I'd rather have things that I don't have to spend 8 mana on, personally. Plus, this is a forest I can search up with Binding the Old Gods. Hello, Craterhoof Behemoth. Fancy seeing you here. I would like to add you to my pile. Yep, we found it. We found the Craterhoof. Ooh, this Ketria Triome actually lets us play Tibalt, too. I had a feeling the red mattered, but I couldn't figure out why. There it is. We have we actually have 4 2-mana rampy creatures. I mean, 5 if you count the Charmer. We have a good number of threats. I don't like how Hedron Archive looks here, personally. I'd rather kill something and get +1 mana than just, like, do nothing, get +2 mana. We'll see. I believe we will see many playables before this draft is over, so I like to cut the ones I don't want to play as we go. See how many slots I have. So there's an argument for Augur of Autumn here, but I just take all the 2-mana ramp creatures I find. Twitching Doll's a pretty good one. Twitching Doll's actually quite a good one. A lot of ways that ramp decks lose is when someone goes over top of them with flyers. And Twitching Doll, if left alone for a few turns, all of a sudden you have 5 2/2s with reach. This card's pretty sweet. Cogla's cute, but Breeding Pool is my jam. It's a forest. Helps us play Ashiok and Planar Genesis. You gotta take the dual lands when you see them, because there's so many playables in this pool. Once you find where you're at, you take the duels. Like early on. I think I took this Overgrown Tomb like pick 4. Ooh. Alright. I like Gwenna, but I think I like Tender Wild Guide a little bit more. Gwenna's nice. It's not like we can even trigger Gwenna with anything other than Behemoth at the moment. We'll certainly find more ramp thingies, but 2-drop ramp creatures, take them all. You will not fail. Though I wish I had taken that Grave Titan. We'll see if we can wheel it. Nissa still looks good, but a little bit worse than a Grave Titan would with all of these juicies. Gilded Lotus. I'm tempted to take Gilded Lotus, but I think I just want this Triome instead. I don't like Gilded Lotus that much. It makes a lot of mana, but it just doesn't affect the board at all. And I want my mana to be nice and smooth. What is this? Oh. Play lands and then cast big spells. Oh, that's kind of cool. I'm more inclined to just take Bonnie Paul. I have a bunch of ways to make colors. Well, I have 2. 3. Yeah. I have 3 different creatures that make blue. Atris. Atris is really good. Since we're in blue-black, you should definitely take that. It's got to be one of the most high-performing cards in any cube. It's a 4-drop that draws you 2 cards every time if you want. Doppelgang on the wheel. I don't really think this is a deck for Refute. So, yeah, I mean, we have a lot of ramp. Let's Doppelgang. I don't really care about any of this. Wheeling Augur of Autumn. I like that. And an Explorer. All right, cool. I mean, this ramp deck looks pretty fantastic. We definitely are in an open lane for it. All right, some good picks here. But there's a Zagoth Triumph. That hits all our colors. And we follow the rules. You take good dual lands over, you know, reasonable cards. If they're not the best of cards, all these 2-mana guys, you know, your Crater Hoofs, you take these. Maybe we can wheel Hostage Taker based on wheeling Atris. Elvish Mystic, hello. I haven't seen any 1-mana dorks. There's also Natali in this pack. Shit. Natali is just so silly. You just win every time you cast it. I actually have enough ramp creatures where I could consider taking Natali over this Elvish Mystic. Oh, I didn't take that red-green duel. I think I should probably just take the Mystic. It speeds up your game plan in a pretty silly way on occasion. And I can totally play Atraxa, can't I? I have white from here. Oh, yeah. And I have white from Temple Garden? Oh, we're in business. Yeah, I mean, Atraxa isn't quite Atali, but she's up there. It's hard to compare. Atali is just silly, but Atraxa is awesome. What are we passing here? We're passing Selvala. I really like Selvala, but we're not really playing green-white. Maybe we can wheel one of these. We could play Relics. Relics is good, but we don't necessarily need it. We have enough of these 2-drops. Ooh. Yeah, Watery Grave. We're going to get all 3 of our shocks. That's pretty fantastic. Unable to Scream is nice removal, but yeah, Watery Grave is good. We're going to take all of the dual lands we can. Do we want Mind Stone in this deck? We have a lot of mana pips. Of course we do. I'd hear arguments for Insidious Fungus and for the Celestis. Insidious Fungus is a cool 1-drop that like shuts down your opponent's ramp strategy sometimes or contributes to your own. But it costs 3 mana for the effect, so I don't love it. I have a bunch of playables. As much as I like the idea of another Guardian Idol, I'm just going to take this land, I think. Make sure that my mana is flawless. That is 4 tap lands, but I think I'll survive. Cultivator's Caravan's pretty good. I could probably find a card or 2 to cut among here, but I'm just going to make sure my mana's great. Hello, Vaultborn Tyrant. That's worth a slot. Yeah, my top end seems a little light. And Unholy Annex, I don't even know if it's going to make it in the deck. In fact, I'm taking it out. I have 6 drops and 7 drops and 8 drops that just win the game. Well, yeah, I do. Cavalier of Thorns looks good here, but I'm pretty light on removal. I'm going to take a Maelstrom Pulse. Yeah, we're all 4 of the... We don't even need to play Ketria Triumph if we pick up this. We'll have all 4 of the triomes in these colors. Yeah, and Cruelty of Gix might have been fine there. Cruelty of Gix probably would have been pretty good because it gets me Craterhoof Behemoth. That might have been a mild oversight. Mild oversight. But we've got Pillage the Bog here, and this card's awesome. It is just finds like the best card in your deck. Restless Vinestalk. I don't know. I have a lot of tapped lands, but this one's a pretty good one. There's also Victimize. Do I want to play Victimize? Kinda. No, I'm just gonna take the land. Timeless Witness. Possibly. That card's kind of slow. It's a good effect, but it's really expensive. I don't know. I know that's another green-white land, but I think my mana's looking pretty good. I just want to play as many forests as possible. Yeah, I don't need any of this. Nope. 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 Seems like a lot of swamps. It's 9 black sources. Okay. Well, what's the green situation? Okay. Well, I want the green situation to be more abundant. Yeah, I don't need that much black. But I do need more lands. 1 more specifically. I could just play this. I don't really need that white very much, but it's a pretty land. It looks different than this. Gives me something a little different to look at. All right, let's look at this deck. I have so many 2-drop ramp pieces. I mean, I can even count Explorer and Planar Genesis. I can't count Pillage the Bog. Alright, so then I have big things. I have removal. Big things. I mean, the deck looks very focused. You gotta give it that. Do we really need Doppelgang? Pillage the Bog and Planar Genesis help us find Craterhoof Behemoth. So as much as like Planar Genesis might seem like excess, I like that. Explore. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Honestly, I'll play them all. These are good things to ramp into. Doppelgang is definitely game breaking. That'd be a cool top deck on occasion. What's my creature count for Augur of Autumn? Augur of Autumn, how often am I actually going to get it going? Like everything has 2 power. Everything has 2 power. I can play lands off the top of my deck with it, which is nice, but I think it might be a little slow for what I'm trying to accomplish here. And that lets me play Doppelgang, and that card's really fun. Just how often am I actually going to have something other than a 1-mana creature, or a 1-power and a 2-power creature? Very, very rarely. And not often enough to justify playing this for the full effect. Playing lands on top of your library is nice, but... This deck looks awesome. Can I cut another swamp? Let's play as many forests as possible. 1, 2, 3. It says 7. I guess. One. Not really. I'm pleased. Let's run it. This deck's going to be great. I have very, very high expectations for this pile. Pretty good. Elvish Mystic on turn 1, Nissa turn 2. We've got Ashiok coming up in a couple turns. Top decking that swamp was quite nice. Alright, so that's a blue source. We can play that and then play Pillage the Bog and just find like whatever we want from our deck, because this card's insane. I could plot it to do it later. Should I plot it to do it later? That actually makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Yeah, why not? I don't need to leave up that mana, and I don't need to use it now. Let's figure out what I need later on. I know I'm going to well, I know I'd like to play Ashiok next turn. Ashiok is certainly coming down. We're chilling with that pillage. We chilling with the pillage. We'll use it when we need it. See what happens. The longer we wait, the more chances we get of getting a Crater Hoof out of it. So. Guess we don't have to worry about that, do we? Can't cast that yet, so I think we play Pillage at this moment. Now is the time. What's our mana count? We're at 5. We can play a Bonnie Paul. We can play Bonnie Paul. We even have something to attack with. I don't think it makes sense to bounce anything. I want to save the loyalty to bounce that demon if he tries to Ritual Chamber. Yeah, sure, I'll play more lands. So this lets me play Craterhoof next turn, doesn't it? Sure does. What is this, turn 5? Alright, I like a turn 6 Craterhoof. I'm not even sure it matters what my opponent does here. Ooh, they can make a 4/4. Check out this 4/4. And we gonna get Stompy. We getting Hoofy. Behemouthlicious. It's game time. Alright, we're gonna make one of these guys for fun. And then we're gonna play one of these and pay some life. That's cool. That's cool. Making a Shia. Ba-boom. 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 Good game. Turn 6 Craterhoof. That's what we try. That's what we're going for. Pretty much every game. Cruelty of Gix would have been a good pickup. I don't remember what I took over that. A dual land? I probably didn't need the dual land, but my mana is gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. This hand sucks. This hand is fine. I know I have Crater Hoof, but I think that's the card that needs to go down here. It's kind of weird to put Crater Hoof on the bottom of my deck when it's like the card that wins everything. I have any ways to shuffle my deck? It's not like I have fetches. I feel like Casualties of War is probably something good to keep, since it's cheaper than these cards. I can win without Crater Hoof. Can I? That's the real question. Can I really win without Crater Hoof? Vaultborn Tyrant will help refill my hand, and that's more what I'm worried about here. I guess I could ditch Casualties. I have some other ways to interact. I have other ways to win than Crater Hoof, don't I? Yeah, you know what? I don't need it. It's fine. Damn, if I had gotten rid of Casualties, could have made Crater Hoof a 6-drop. Oof. Alright, well. We all make mistakes. Andrew Doppelgang. Well, I mean, Doppelgang and Crater Hoof in my hand would have been weird, but Doppelgang and Casualties of War is a little bit weirder, to be perfectly honest. At least this Vaultborn Tyrant can potentially come down next turn. Not quite. Getting in there. That's kind of scary. Here, let me top deck an untapped land. Oh. Okay. Ooh, say what now? I'm so confused. What did my opponents just do? That was weird. I'm afraid of this. I don't want him to kill my Vaultborn Tyrant and then steal it. It does not sound like my idea of a good time. I guess he doesn't get it back because it's going to be a token, but still. I feel like I'd rather Doppelgang to get my own Abyssal Harvester. I even feel like he has to do something about that. Yeah, I just really don't like the idea of him having one of these. And he's in blue-black, so I'm sure he has a way to kill it. I'd rather him use that removal spell on this Abyssal Harvester I make instead. Alright, that was weird. I don't know what's going on here. I'm confused. I should have attacked first, I guess. Alright, we're coming in. We're going to kill Sorin. We're also going to play a Twitching Doll, and I hope our opponent doesn't have a board wipe, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. We have 5 mana to play the Vaultborn Tyrant next turn. I don't like that. I don't like that. I feel like Casualties of War to destroy a land and a hostage taker could be pretty devastating. But it also seems a little slow. I want to play this instead. I want to see if, or not a little slow, but a little undervalued. I just like, I don't know. I would rather get more out of my Casualties of War. So if he wants to play the Llanowar Loam Speaker, I doubt he'll have mana to kill my Vaultborn Tyrant. Yeah, there we go. That's an enchantment for us to kill. This is all going to work out excellently. Good call on my part. Yeah, he's never going to cast that. Not a chance. Oh, shit. I forgot to tick up my twitching doll. Gosh darn it. Boom. Appreciate the lurkers in the chat. Lurks make the world go round. Ooh, Oculus. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to forget it this time. This is strong. Strong to quite strong. Oh, Vaultborn Tyrants can trigger twice? Give me those triggers. Trigger. I'll pay life for this. And then I'll attack. Unstoppable Slasher. Our opponent has 3 mana. We have 1 million creatures that are huge. What you got? Casualties of War. We picked it pretty highly for a reason. Oh, that's you're going to be pretty disappointed by that Crow Claws heist. Alright, we're just going to send in the squad. I guess I'll crack this first, see what we get. I suppose we could have played a land to make our Ox larger, but I honestly wasn't really worried about it. Looked like chump blocks are happening all over anyway. We can't afford to triple block the Ox. I guess he can triple block the Ox to block the other two and go to 2. Let Unstoppable Slasher hit. That's probably what I would do. That trample's going through. Leave him at 2. I'll keep this creature in my hand. No need to play everything out. Good game. Good game. Rampalicious. All right, 2-0. We're going for trophies today. All trophies, all the time. 3 in a row yesterday. That was awesome. Seeing 5 trophies in a row on 17 lands was a treat. The one that I played on Tuesday with Atali didn't show up on 17 lands for some reason. Oh, it did. It's there now. Oh, it finally refilled. Oh, sweet. All right, that's a good screenshot now. Hello, deck. Thanks for this hand. What a beautiful hand. I mean, this deck's awesome. We're going to have good hands. But having Elvish Mystic in 2 of our openers so far, I mean, doesn't really get much better than that, does it? I can't play Unstoppable Slasher this turn, so we're dropping a Twitching Doll and a Triome, hoping we can Atris next turn, I believe. Just for the sake of using my mana well. Unstoppable Slasher is definitely a threat I'd like on the board, and the sooner the better, but Atris does work. I honestly do not care. I'm just going to take the 2 cards. No, screw Ashiok. Give me 2 cards. Ashiok definitely is something I could play next turn. That might have been a mild oversight, but I'm happy. Lauren killing Twitching Doll, that's pretty strong. I like what my opponent's got going on. I'm not going to use Binding the Old Gods here. Let's see. You know what I can do? Offspring this and then play Unstoppable Slasher for 1. I could have saved it for something else, but I'm starting to get to the point where I have lots of lands. And casting an 8-drop will become easy. And I like the idea of flooding the board. Simulation Aegis gets the Slasher. Now we have Binding the Old Gods for that. And some solid attacks. Binding the old gods. I hope he makes us, sorry, this is a woman. I hope they make us draw a card with Lauren. Yeah, woohoo! I like cards. Cards are cool. I take free ones that my opponents give me. Whenever. All the time. Lauren's a good card. I've had fun playing with it in limited and in standard, believe it or not. I did play standard once. I wish Premier Draft was on Cube so I could keep ranking up, but whatever. I'm having fun. I love Cube Draft. That costs 8 to do the thing. Well, I suppose I'll attack. I think my opponent's saving a board wipe. Let's get the sneaky suspicion. I guess I could attack with Elvish Mystic too. Do some more damage. It's not like I've been using it for mana. Unless you want to kill the slasher, that's probably the best play. Get rid of the elf. The elf is definitely a game piece that he wants me to not have, if he can get rid of it for free. But double blocking the slasher would allow him to possibly live next turn if he blows it up. Oh. That's not... That doesn't look... Wait. Okay, well, you're a 2. And honestly, I don't think it's a good idea to play my Tender Wild Guide. Against a Bant deck, there's definitely a White Sun Zenith coming. That's not what I expected. Good game. All right, we're 3-0. This deck's fun. I just want to glance at it again. Make Your Own Luck can plot some nasty things, and I just... Doppelgang's too expensive. It costs 8. There's Greater Hope Behemoth. And Doppelgang doesn't win the game on the spot, so... I don't know. That card that we just put in instead will be a lot better. Make Your Own Luck. Yeah, we'll get to fill our hand up. Yeah, I don't have any blue mana, but I'll find it. It's in there. I'm on the draw, too. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Hey, look. Potential blue mana. Oh, I've made a mistake. I should have played my Temple Garden and tapped my Elvish Mystic. Whoops. There we go. All right. We didn't get punished. Oh, that's pretty strong. This Casualties of War I'm about to play is going to be pretty strong as well. All right, and let's destroy a creature and an artifact and a land. Like an artifact and creature and a land. Correct. How about that three-fer? Took out 3 of his mana and his Kogla. That was juicy. Casualty of... Oh, man. What a card. What a card. Yeah, screw it. I'll attack with the... No, I guess I won't attack with Bramble Familiar, will I? I'm not willing to lose it. And then next turn we get to Craterhoof. Attack with 3 large creatures. Possibly 4 if we top deck a land. Our only tapped lands are the Triomes, but we do have 4 of them, so... The mana base in this deck is gorgeous. We have all 4 of our shock lands and all 4 of our Triomes. Why isn't this Temple Garden cool looking? I have to apply my card styles. Should do the trick. Good game. Orno? Hell yeah. We are ramping up and winning lots of games. Elvish Mystic 2 drops. We'll see good hands. I mean, our deck is mainly 2 drops, so that's why we're going to have so many good keepable hands. Where we'll stumble is when we have too many tap lands in our opener. Oh, I mean, this is actually... I don't know. I have Mind Stone and Planar Genesis, but I really don't like this hand. You know what? It's ugly, but I think it looks fine. Lost a couple rampers there. Okay. Interesting. Not what I want to see. I'm going to pillage the bog for a land. And we top deck a land, we can casualty a Zavor next turn. It'll help stabilize. Especially if they play a Planeswalker or something fancy. I don't love our position with the turn 3 Nicol Bolas on their side. I think I'm going to save Casualties of War for maybe some more value. Just get rid of Nico. What do I need? I have 3 black, I have 3 blue, I have 3 green. Get whatever the heck I want, I suppose. Yeah, it looks like he wants to counter something. Oh no. Well, that may have been a mistake. Probably should have dropped Ashiok. Didn't have anything. But 6 mana open? It was a judgment call, not a mistake. It could be something good going down, but no. We did not take the bait. Yeah, that's pretty good. Atris getting us a lot more loam speaker. Now our board looks nice. Okay. Target creature. Do you have any man lands? Get a couple planeswalkers on the board. What do you think of that? Warzone Duplicator doesn't hit tokens, so we can't bounce a Shia with it. Well, doesn't clone tokens, is what I meant to say. It definitely kills them. You can't get the value from it, is what I meant. This can't be done. Watch it happen. Alright, artifact, creature. Rid of second red or second black? I guess second black. Pretty devastating. Good game, Pelicoman. Oh, he's killing my planeswalkers off. Not gazing at his demise. Alright, alright. I see you, opponent. See what you're doing. I respect it. I'm just going to play an Atraxa. Good game. Good game. So the infinite gold trick is just to win all of your cube drafts. See, now we're at 4,000. So we've got our money back. And now the next 2 games, free gold. I guess it's not free if it takes an hour and a half of your time, but it's an hour of fun. We might be able to finish this one up in the next 15 minutes. We'll see how the next 2 games go. Ramp can be fast. This deck also has late game potential too. There's a lot of value built into this ramp deck. It's good. This is one of the better ramp decks that I've built in any cube. The fact that it has like 8 2-drop ramp creatures and just Craterhoof and Ashiok and a perfect mana base. This one's beautiful. What we will see here over the next 2 games are other decks that have 5 or 6 wins, so they should be good and they should be piloted by good players. So we'll have to play tight, but I mean, I always play tight. I always play tight. I don't like making mistakes. Mistakes hurt sometimes. But we all make mistakes, you know. That happens. The best thing is to learn from them. How about that? Real life applies to magic too. There's a lot to learn in magic. Hello. I think I'm just going to drop the twitching doll since playing the Explorer doesn't help me use the extra mana I can get from it. You can actually use the mana from me, so yeah. This doesn't come into play tap. This does. I kind of want that Fountain Port Channeler to make my Vaultborn Tyrant a 5-drop. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Oh, hello, Glarb. Glarb Glarbingson. That card is sweet. I'm going to take a bunch of damage, but I think that's probably okay. Not too much damage. We could have had a Glarb. Glarb could have been one of our cards. And it does look like a pretty reasonable creature, if you can make use of it. I had like 4 or 5 cards that cost 4 or greater at the time. Wow. What a play. Well, we have lots of top decks. We've thinned out a good number of lands from our deck. We'll see what happens here. We could be in trouble. Our opponent has a way to play cards from the... Oh, I spoke too soon, didn't I? I suppose I spoke a tad too soon. We could be in trouble. Silly me. Silly me. Let's just top deck Atraxa. Creature. Sorcery. Land. I can technically cycle the Zagoth Triumph, but I'm just going to play it. You know, if our opponent deals with Atraxa, it's unlikely they can deal with Craterhoof Behemoth. And either way, next turn I can Casualties of War away 4 of their permanents, so... This looks like we've got it in the bag. Now, Casualties of War, absolutely devastating. I think we can Craterhoof through that, right? Our opponent gains 8 life, go to 28. We deal them a metric shit ton of damage. Yeah, we're good. And he does have Mirari's Wake, and... Oh, he doesn't have white for that Anguished Unmaking. What else is in here? He doesn't have the mana for Silumgar's Command, doesn't have the white. He can play Warzone Duplicator. And bounce something, I guess. I don't think our opponent got what they needed off the top. I don't see any mana floating, right? Unless they haven't played a land this turn. They get to take that plains and play that. Have they not played a land? Yeah, I don't think they have. They have. They certainly have played a land. And they're just going to keep up refute. That seems smart. Ooh. Having that refute's pretty darn good. Let's see what Pillage the Bog comes up with. Make him counter Binding of the Old Gods. Because it's not like I can cast both Casualties and Maelstrom Pulse. I'm 1 mana away from that. So my opponent can counter this Binding. And we'll just play land, attack with Atraxa. He probably won't block. Because he has Exercise for our Atraxa next turn. As anticipated. And our opponent might have another counter spell. Either way, we're doing okay. Our opponent has Mirari's Wake. They can produce a lot of mana, which I don't love. All we need to do is resolve Casualties of War. I'll do that before playing Greater Hoof at this point. Maybe. It depends what my opponent does. I'll probably play Casualties first if my opponent leaves up Counterspell mana, which got all the colors there, so it'll be smart to bait out a Counterspell, because Greater Hoof just wins. No Sublime Epiphany, possibly Kindred Denial. Possibly Rewind. Possibly 3 steps ahead. And we're weak to counter spells here, really. Alright, so our opponent goes up to 21. What do our creatures become? Our creatures don't become big enough to get through Atraxa, do they? Yeah, I don't think I can do that. We'll play Casualties first. Artifact, creature, enchantment, land. Restrict our opponent's mana production significantly. Did they discard that plains? They did. Make some 2/2s. I don't need that mana, but I do need the extra creatures for Craterhoof. I mean, I could quadruple block Dromoka, but I don't think that I will. Attacking with Kiora makes sense. This is not a bad top deck. I feel like I'd rather have cards than a 4/4. I have a feeling this is about to get countered. Oh no. Oh no, he just lost. Gale's Redirection? Nice. Good game. Good game. Wow. Yeah, I guess I could have cracked the Twitching Doll, played... Yeah, I should have cracked the doll instead of playing Casualty of War. That would have at least threatened him. He would have had to block with everything. Fuck. That's while he was tapped out too. Yeah, that was stupid. Whoops. $15 plus 20, 35. Cannot block 35 damage. Suppose here comes the Craterhoof. Or not. Oh, I can't kill it anymore. No. Needed 4 2/2s to get through Dromoka. Why didn't our opponent just win there? That was weird. I guess we'll play it out. Gale's redirection got us good. I'm confused as to why the game's not over. But hey, everyone's got their thing. Yeah, that was a mistake. I counted up the number of creatures I had and decided it wasn't enough, and then realized I had twitching doll to sacrifice. That was foolish. We threw this game, allowing our opponent to leave up counterspell mana for Crater Hoof. I wonder if this is our opponent's first time playing with Crater Hoof Behemoth. Maybe they don't know what it does. What's going on here? They're toying with me. Now I think I have enough to block it. That's pretty strong. Like Nissa's going down. Hey, you figured it out. Nice, you figured it out. That was so silly. Our opponent just had a Crater Hoof Behemoth for free for 3 turns. All right. We'll take a loss. No problem. We expect some high-level decks once we get to 5-0. Our Crater Hoof Behemoth got Gale's redirectioned. That was pretty cool. Yeah, we could have played that slightly differently and probably won. By not playing Casualties of War. It just seemed like the right thing to do. This hand has no ways to ramp. I don't trust it. We have so many 2-drops in our deck. I don't really love this hand, but it does look keepable. Hey, we got the 2-drop. And we have like 9 of them. 10 if you count Elvish Mystic. Planar Genesis, Explorer, Mind Stone, and then 7 more creatures. So we could just kill that with Binding the Old Gods. But I think I like getting Unstoppable Slasher out more. We think get rid of our opponent's card draw source. And that is tempting. We'll keep them from drawing 3 or 2 more cards. I think I'd rather have a Slasher out. Save Binding for something that matters. If our opponent's spending 2 mana a turn for that Maze Mind Tome, then they're not doing anything about our board. It does look like we're playing a white-blue control deck, so we have to be afraid of Day of Judgment. Ashiok's pretty good. You get to get in with the Slasher, put our opponent to 9. Planeswalker in board position. I'm much less afraid of a Day of Judgment now that I have a Planeswalker out. Ashiok's such a great thing to ramp into. It's nice to ramp into 5-mana Planeswalkers. Vivian, Ashiok. There's a couple others. We have no problem with this. We have solutions. We have solutions. I'm gonna wait for that scroll to go away. There we go. It's not like I could target my own Ashiok, but gotta be careful. I don't really want my opponent to have extra mana, so I'm bouncing this to their hand. We've got a pretty good strategy to just kill our opponent with these creatures. Unstoppable Slasher is an unfair Magic card. Ah, here it comes. That works too. Thought we might get a little board wipe action there. One of our triomes. One of our many, many triomes. We have double blue, so I guess I'll play this Bonnie Paul. Kind of playing into a board wipe with that. We could have just attacked with the Ashiok token to get the Bonnie Paul. Trigger. Our opponent needs a board wipe to beat us here. White Sun Zenith, Day of Judgment. It's not bad. Throw that back on Ashiok. Just kill Sun Titan and win. I guess my opponent can block my 2 big creatures. I don't quite win. But I'm going to hold back the mana dorks in case my opponent does indeed wipe the board. Good game. All right, quick bio break, and then we'll get our trophy. All right, we're back. And we're 6-1. Let's get our trophy with this awesome ramp deck. I suppose we could try to play some things other than ramp today, but we're going to do what the cards tell us to. Is Teferi even in this? No, the good 5-drop Teferi isn't even in this set, so why would I want to play a control deck? I've played a few cool control decks. Some America Control, Blue-Black. I'm confident I can make just about any deck work. This is a sick hand. We can just Offspring the Tender Wild Guide next turn. Hey, Ari, the dreamiest of dragons. Welcome. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate you. We're 6-1 right now with this nasty green deck. We just lost our first game 2 rounds ago. Captain Trophy. It finally uploaded on 17 lands, so I've got that sweet 6 trophies in a row. 6 stars in a column. Looks pretty nice. We're going to get another one here, too. I'm feeling good about it. Should I just be really rude here? What do you think, Dream Dragon? Should I just be the rudest possible? Their creature is not a threat. So I feel like I should probably just Planar Genesis and see what else I get. The creature's not a threat. It can put +1/+1 counters on things and return lands he controls to his hand, so I'm not really... It's rude, but I don't think it's that effective. Alright, Pillage the Bog helps search for... Craterhoof Behemoth. Bonnie Paul is pretty nasty. I'm probably just going to take Pillage the Bog here. Play a land, Loam Speaker Druid. And then I'm just going to plot this. I would rather look at 10 cards than 8 cards. I think taking this is almost equivalent to taking Bonnie Paul when I couldn't play Bonnie that turn. That was 1 mana short. Planar Genesis is sweet. Yeah, I don't think casualties would have set them back that much. It would have let me start attacking, but I mean, who really needs to be attacking? Our opponent has counterspell mana up. I don't like that very much. There's the Craterhoof. Alright, so if there is a counterspell, I want to see it. When I see double blue being left up, I get a little worried. This way my opponent has no board position if they do decide to let it resolve. And then next turn I can just Craterhoof for the win. Yeah, and if they don't do anything next turn, they'll probably just lose. I suppose there's some combination of cards they could play to Crush of Tentacles us, but I did not want to get the only spell I had left countered. But hey, we pillaged the bog for Craterhoof Behemoth, so the plan works. Opponent just leaves up mana. Well, I think I just attack then. Perhaps our opponent will continue to do nothing. Perhaps they'll try to play a spell and stabilize. There we go. Play something else. Make it easy for us. That Horned Lockwell putting a land back on top of our deck was pretty awesome. Hey, Craterhoof resolves. Good game. Got him. And that's a trophy. I did have fun in that match. Thank you. No counter. No counter indeed. They had the 3 mana and I had to just go for it. It was time. It seemed like they were doing stuff with that Fountain Port Charmer. Had to shut that down. Alright, trophies. Now look at this beautiful pile. Just absolutely gorgeous. Whoops. Just so strong. We've got the best ramp targets with Atraxa and Craterhoof Behemoth. Some of the better mid-range cards with Ashiok. We've got extra cards with Atris. Incredible cheap threat with Slasher. A way to get all our good cards with Pillage the Bog. And then 10 creatures that make our spell. 10 creatures or 2 drops, or 1 drop, sorry, that ramp us. I'm not sure I've ever had such an abundance of these ramp pieces in a cube deck. This is one of the best I've ever built. Especially because look at all of these lands. It's crazy. The mana was perfect. I think we mulliganed once in 8 games. Beautiful. Good games. Let's go again. Let's go again. Yeah, that one's going down in history. That was a fun deck. All right, pack 1, pick 1. Man, why you gotta do this to me? We're just gonna play green all day. This pack doesn't have anything exciting in it other than Llanowar Elves. There's Midnight Clock, Cyber Siphoner. Both of those cards are cool. I like Midnight Clock a lot if I'm playing rampy things. Kaya? Kaya? What's that even do? Yeah, Kaya's fine. Ilharg's... I don't think Ilharg's good enough. Our opponent did that cool thing with Ilharg, but I don't know. Definitely fine. It is good to have powerful 5 drops, because you can get to that point even after your opponent like kills the 1 drop and then you play something else. I don't know. 5 is a good place to be, but Llanowar Elves is awesome. If there was something better in... I don't know. I'd like to see what else comes around before committing to like double white, double black, or double red. Green and blue happen to be my 2 favorite colors to play, so taking colors that aren't in green and blue in Chromatic Cube goes against my creed. All right, here we go. Wow, talk about a pack. This one sucks too. All right, this one's not terrible, but Quilled Great Worm is okay. Urgent Necropsy is really cool. You can do some nasty things with this card. I know we just played some black-green, but Yeah, Kaya Tribal. Someone's going to get... If we wheel them, we're playing Abzan Kaya Tribal. That's going to be the way to go. Quilled Great Worm looks okay here, but I'm going to take Urgent Necropsy. This card could wheel. I guess I could just take the Great Worm. But it's not that good. Urgent Necropsy is. To blow up a bunch of stuff. We'll find ways to fill the graveyard. Okay, what does Winota do? I know what Winota does. Just wanted to read what the Arena version does. It's one or more because the old one just says whenever A, and you get a bunch of triggers, I think. This pack has some juice in it. I like Worn Power Stone. Coma doesn't thrill me. Winota's cool, but I already got a Llanowar Elves. I could take Drowninicker. I could take Extinction Event. Extinction Event is pretty cool. Coma's not bad. I just feel like Coma's going to wheel. I feel like Coma always wheels. To be perfectly honest. Worn Power Stone's more aggressively costed than all those four mana like Hedron Archive things. We'll take a Worn Power Stone. Guardian Idol, or an Antuco Slicer, or an Augur of Autumn. I like the way this Augur of Autumn looks. I know I kind of brushed it off in last draft, but there was a better option in the pack. There's also this Guardian Idol. And what if we get pushed out of green, right? I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. Augur of Autumn is pretty sweet. And so is Nantuko Slicer. Nantuko Slicer stealing a card from your opponent's graveyard is pretty nasty. I'm just going to take Guardian Idol. We're going to take good cards, and we're going to play good cards. Avacyn's Pilgrim and Menagerie Curator in this pack? Wow. I mean, I'm going to take Avacyn's Pilgrim, but I'm going to be sad that Menagerie Curator doesn't make it into the deck. Yeah, you got to take your 1-drops. Curator's great, but there's only so many 1-drops. There's at least twice as many 2-drops that ramp you, I should say. Something's going on with my CMCs. I'm going to fix it. Alright, Relics of the Rubble Belt looks like a good way to spend my second turn after playing a Minidork. I see Gilded Lotus, I see Cruelty of Gix, and meh. Gilded Lotus doesn't affect the board. It's really expensive. As much as it ramps you, I'd rather have this. Man, I really like Pile-On. There's also Maelstrom Pulse in this pack. I really like Pile-On, though. Pulse? Alright, Dream Dragon. I'll go with Pulse. Here's a land. Here's a Cavalier of Thorns. Here's a bunch of cards that don't matter. I'll take a Cavalier. Got some good ramp. Worn Power Stone doesn't really help us cast this, but now that it's Avacyn's Pilgrim, this might be kind of hard to cast with the ramp we have so far, but I think it's going to be better than this land in general. Cavalier's a really good card. And it fills our graveyard for Urgent Necropsy. Even more important. Because you need a bunch of stuff in your graveyard for Urgent Necropsy to get the value. So we want things like Cavalier of Thorns and Lumra to fill our yard. This is the set with Starnheim Unleashed, so good call. I've read this card like 6 times and I don't get it. Doesn't look very good to me. Finale of Eternity looks playable. Nashi doesn't really fit that well in a ramp deck. Finale of Eternity can do some nasty things, though. Rankle, I don't know. I don't think Rankle's quite where we want to be for our black-green deck, but a little more interested in this dual land for the possibility of playing Selvala. But I do like black-green. Yeah, Flyers win games, you're right. Rankle is, as much as I don't know. I don't love Rankle in a ramp deck, of course. He's good in any other kind of deck. Haunted Ridge here for the potential splash. He also costs double black, and that's... I don't know. We'll see. He's in there for now. He's got a slot. We might see Gix. That's the other thing. Taking the cards like this means you have a higher chance of drawing Gix. And though, like, playing Llanowar Elves into Gix is not necessarily a winning strategy, it's fun. I don't necessarily expect to trophy when I'm playing black-green Gix Elves, but it is a fun deck. Wow, how about that wheel on the slicer? I like that over this Feed the Swarm. Feed the Swarm's okay, but we have some decent removal already, and Slicer's great. It's more of a 5-drop, but you end up getting your best card back. You get your opponent's best card. Sometimes you just get your best card. A Massacre Worm? Okay. I mean, that's a good thing to ramp into. It's a bad thing for your opponent's Atali to flip when you're playing your ramp deck against them. There's a lot of pips. Pip, pip, pip. Pip, 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 pip. We're going to need some dual lands. If I see an Overgrown Tomb, I will snatch it up. Yeah, I like Massacre Worm. Massacre Worm makes your opponents do that. It does just kill people sometimes. It works especially well with a Cruelty of Gix in like a control deck. Well, this is certainly a pack with cards in it. Not really any good ones, though. Forgefire Automaton. And there's Planar Genesis, Shark Typhoon for someone playing blue. Shark Typhoon's good. Planar Genesis is great. But we don't even have any dual lands, so I'm thinking we're going to have to stick to our black-green instead of branching out. Let's see. Yeah, it's not like we saw any blue on the wheel. I see double. That doesn't count. Forgefire Automaton seems fine. But you actually have to fill your graveyard for it to matter. I think I'm just going to take Scrap Shooter. Sometimes it kills your opponent's ramp pieces, and sometimes I play it on turn 2 after one of these. Ooh. Crab nomination. I nominate the crab to be the abominate and stab. Boom. This card's amazing. Yesterday I Crabominationed my opponent's Crabomination, and then I Crabominationed again. Double crab stab. It was awesome. There were other things in that pack. That pack was good. There was an Atris, but Crabomination's incredible. Hello, Selvala. We're going to take Twitching Doll. We need 2 drops, and Twitching Doll's a good one. Maybe we can wheel this Triome. Maybe we wheel Selvala and find a way to play it. Whoop. Rankle's very close to getting cut. I have a lot of playables already. Triumph would work. You're right. Triumph is but like when you see the 2 mana rampy guys, they are the highest priority when you're playing a ramp deck. Then you get your lands. Wow. Pelucranos is awesome. This is such a good pack. Pelucranos, Unholy Annex, Celestis, Mortuary. I mean, maybe we just take Mortuary. Take Mortuary and wheel Pelucranos. Can we count on that? Yeah, grab the pack and run. I'd really like to wheel Pelucranos. That card's nuts. I gotta take it. It's one of the best reasons to be in black-green. Playing this card on turn 3. Yeah, we'll let... I probably should have taken the Underground Mortuary. With all these pips, probably should have taken the Mortuary. But Pelucranos is going to be good. Ashiok is pretty good too, but we don't have any blue. I'm just gonna take this Chupacabra. We have good cards to ramp into. Man, I don't know. Ashiok's really good. I only have the Twitching Doll to actually create colored mana though. I'm just gonna take Chupacabra. Okay, now I have the ability to take something that creates colored mana. Still no black-green duels. There's a Perforator Crocodile. That card's arguably better than Massacre Worm. But there's also a Liliana. Liliana mills for our Urgent Necropsy. It's a different kind of threat. It costs 5 mana instead of 6. Croc is rude, but Liliana is going to fit this deck really well. Plus, with Worn Power Stone and Guardian Idol, it's actually a card that we can spend colorless mana on. Unstoppable Slasher, very welcome addition to this pile. Oof. This pack is empty. You got Mythic a few hours ago. Nice, Dream Dragon. Way to go. That's freaking dope. In Constructed or Mythic? Or Constructed or Limited? Oh, you don't play Limited very often? You come in to watch me? I appreciate that. Well, you know, you'll learn some of the tools you need just by watching me. At least, I try to make it that way. I guess I could take Forge Fire here. But isn't there a Spara somewhere? Pillage the Bog again. I do like Pillage the Bog. There's that Triumph. Oh, Selvala is in the pack with the Triumph. Damn. Damn, I have to take the Triumph there. I don't have any black-green sources. That's fair. There is randomness. One of the fun parts of Limited is trying to draft your deck with singletons to create consistency. That's one of the interesting parts of the puzzle that I really love. Creating consistency within the randomness. Wow, this pack is wildly powerful. I gotta take this Sylvan Caryatid. We don't have enough cheap ramp. I'm sure we'll wheel one of these black-green cards. Planeswalkers are good. Murderous Rider. Just not your style? Yeah, that's fair. Constructed's fun too. And like, everyone's got their own different strokes, you know? Everyone's got their thing. Here we go. There's a Woodland Cemetery. Yeah, Mana Confluence would have been good. But I like having Planeswalkers in my black-green ramp decks. You end up being really weak to board wipes in black-green because all you have is removal and creatures. So when you have a couple Planeswalkers, it makes the deck a lot more powerful. Captivating Crossroads might be our pick here. We have a bunch of playables. Bloodthirsty Conqueror is not that exciting. Scythecat Club is pretty good. Garruk Relentless is just okay. I'm going to take the land. We've got plenty of playables coming around. Hello, Gix. I don't think Gix is going to be very good in this deck. I played against Rafine yesterday in just like a game for fun, and it was an experience. That card is a beating. Black Market Connections is a pretty funny way to do things. It's really good with Unholy Annex too, because it makes a changeling. I'm tempted with Vraska or Gix or Scrawling Crawler here. I don't really think Gix is going to be very good here. Yeah, I'll take Crawler there. Black Market Connections would have been good too, but we're already losing life in a lot of different ways. Loot looks sort of playable. I think I'm just going to take Bankbuster. I really wish I had taken Gix, though. Gix with Bankbuster is a really nice combo. Nissa. This is good. I'll take it. I'll take Nissa over Soul Servitude. She's really strong. Wow. I really wish I had taken that Gix. Could have taken this Swarm Saboteur. And I would have had a nice little package to play with Gix. That's okay. Honestly, the Crawler might get cut anyway. Overlord of the Belmerk is a pretty good card. Whether it comes out as 2 or 5, it fills our graveyard for Necropsy. I'm fine taking that over the 2-drop. Caustic Bronco or Omen Path Journey? I'd probably take Omen Path Journey. Shit. Yeah. Slicer gets the boot. We get to put in Murderous Rider. Liliana might come out. I think Massacre Worm probably comes out with all these Planeswalkers. Yeah, we didn't need Gix. No need to whine about it. Savai Triumph looks... whatever, we don't really care about any of those cards. Garruk. Relentless over this card. And Bloodthirsty Conqueror looks fine. Do I even want Gix? I don't think I do. That's so funny. I want Vraska. How much can I whine about Gix and then not take it? Who would wheel a Gix? No, honestly, the deck's not built for Gix. It's not. I can't take advantage of it. I can ramp into Vraska well, though. No, definitely laugh at me for that sequence of events. That was funny. I deserve a poof. Alright, we're considering Liliana's Death Majesty as a wheel. Or as a cut. Probably Scrap Shooter. Garrick Relentless. Is Omen Path Journey actually worth playing? Why did I take that card? These cards like all cost 5 mana. I guess Omen Path Journey does look pretty reasonable for us. We have a lot of threats up here. We don't need that many. I feel like I don't actually need any more. I could put in a Runescar Demon or a Massacre Worm. But with Pelucranos, yeah, what else am I missing out on? Just to fill my graveyard. Old Rutstein does fill my graveyard. Which happens to be something I am interested in. Is Old Rutstein better than Omen Path Journey? It gives me treasures, so maybe not. The hell did I take Omen Path Journey over? That does not seem like it was the right pick. Omen Path Journey was on the wheel. Why did I take that over? Caustic Bronco? Yeah, that was wrong. Same with RUD. It's RUD. Oh, Rutstein? I mean, you get a trigger off Rutstein when he enters. So that's there. I guess I could just play Scrap Shooter because it gives me a big creature that's cheap. Or I could play Scrawling Crawler. Alright. Try a Scrawling Crawler. It doesn't really help our strategy. The rock deck, we really want to run our opponent out of cards by 2 for 1ing them over and over and over again. But it does help refill our hand, and we don't have a ton of ways to draw cards. And he does pull removal. He does pull removal that people could probably save for Planeswalkers. He doesn't block nearly as well as Scrap Shooter. You know, I'm actually going to make an executive decision to play Scrap Shooter. I have so many Planeswalkers. Having a 4/4 with reach is going to be awesome. Is it? Yeah, sometimes it kills something really good. Alright, let's make sure my lands are good. Pretty even split. I can cut a swamp and add a forest for the sake of Nissa. Cavalier. I don't have any more triple black because I cut the worm. Is that right, cutting the worm? Maybe I should go a little higher, or go a little bigger than Scrap Shooter and play one of these big cards. But I just like the way this deck looks. Yeah, exactly. Reach is quite good. Alright, let's wait. Why does it say white? Why does it say white? Did I make a mistake, or is that just counting the Indatha Triome? Just counting the Triome. Or square. Oh yeah, Avacyn's Pilgrim makes white too. That's true. It was a shame we had to pass the Selvala. There were a couple packs where we could have made a different decision and the deck would have looked somewhat similar. I like the way this looks, though. This deck is not nearly as powerful as the last one, but we have a bunch of cheap ramp cards and we have strong planeswalkers and good removal. I think this is going to perform. Not like this. This looks okay. We might pillage the bog for a land next turn. I think I might just play the Slasher instead. Miss a land drop? That seems dangerous. Miss a land drop and possibly not have black mana next turn. I'm doing it. I'm doing it! Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's the idea. If they just spend their turn to kill Slasher, then that stops them from cultivating or doing some rampy thing. But they could kill the doll. Big brain play style. Oof. How about the Scrap Shooter? Uh-oh, 1 mana removal spell? Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Oh. Okay. Well, that's fine. Alright, so now I should pillage for a swamp instead of Scrap Shooting that Celestis, right? Scrap Shooting the Celestis does seem cool, but... Scrap Shooting the Celestis may create a board state when my opponent is just completely unable to do anything. Shit, man. I think I should get a swamp. Look at all those swamps. Alright, and then we get our Overlord going, get some stuff in the yard. Yeah, that was a good move. That was a good move. My opponent might have 5 mana to do something cool here. But that's even better. Alright. Gilded Lotus is hilarious. I wish I had another mana. I had 1 more mana to just play Nissa, but we'll make him trade off with the Shrieker, and now I'll play Scrap Shooter and blow up Gilded Lotus, because that's too much mana. We got to get rid of that. Turn 5 Birds of Paradise, okay. Cool with that. Flasher is gone. And we can just cast our spells now. I mean, this is all working out fantastically. I mean, it could work out slightly better. Yeah, we're just going to shut down 1 mana from our opponent. Whatever. Get another counter on Twitching Doll. We have a lot of removal in hand, so I'm playing fast and loose with that Chupacabra. That's cool. Cool with that. Pay a bunch of life. I'm very tempted to just make a bunch of 2/2s. If he had something that killed 2/2s, we were going to lose that Twitching Doll anyway. So why not just put lethal on the board? We can just Urgent Necropsy. What is it, 6? Boom, boom. He can blow up one of our 2/2s and we attack for lethal. Good game. Heck yeah. The deck works. Next, want to know. I didn't get to play a Planeswalker. Little Doll was MVP. That card's been awesome. Every time I play it, it is really good. Well, it either dies or it ramps a bunch and then makes like 4 2/2s. I had a game where my opponent played Aurelia the War Leader and like had Dragon Master outcasts and had a bunch of power in the air, and I just sacrificed that thing and made like 6 2/2s, and they just couldn't attack. Gave me enough turns to win. Ugh. I don't have any ramp. I need to keep this hand, though. I have 3, 4, or 5. I don't think... Yeah, my mana's not good enough to warrant a mulligan there. We're on the play. If we were on the draw, I certainly would have considered it. Pretty good play. I could have played Murderous Rider just to like have another blocker, but I like the idea of having a removal spell instead. Next turn we can play Ob Nixilis or Braska. Ob Nixilis looks fine against a 1/1, right? And by the time Overlord becomes a creature, I'll be able to finale it. Well, I guess not. I'm going to finale those. Our opponent has given us quite the opportunity. Toughness 3 or less. Boom, boom, boom. Ka-chunk. That was beautiful. You love to see it. So we can't quite play Cavalier. We can't kill both of those, but we can create a blocker and get rid of Tarka. We can kill a Tarka and make 2 blockers. That's pretty good. I like this. So our opponent's just going to drop a Tali here. That is not an Atali. Ah, there's that. All right. Ooh, what can we pillage for here? I guess we'll draw a card first. Tiny horse instead of Big Dino, indeed. Very small horse. I guess I don't need to play Vraska, do I? Yeah, I mean, I'm weak to removal this way, but I think it's going to be the best play. Wow, that was some heat in the yard. What's our opponent top deck? Wow, what a rip. I don't think it matters. We have really good blocks anyway. It was cool. Definitely cool. Here they come. Again! Again, I say! Yeah, seems reasonable. I'll draw a card. I think I just want Nissa. Crabomination looks pretty good too, but I just want Nissa. Let's see, one. Can I play Nissa and Vraska? I can't. Well, maybe I can. I can't. I can play Nissa and lose some life. blow up that. Play this. Got a Galta. And that's a dinosaur I'm much happier to see than Atali. Galta is a much more welcome sight. Ooh, which one you want? Which one? Which one's gonna be? All right, so we can remove this. We can draw a card. Who's alive? I guess Obnixilus is doing some work on our life total, isn't he? We turn that into a treasure. We can fight that thing, but for now we'll just attack. Oh, I guess I should have attacked with the Reckoner Bankbuster too. Oops. Whoops. Alright, we're just going to fight that 3-3 and call it a day. A game, at least. Not a day. We've still got games. This is just game 2. See if we can get 2 trophies in a row. Okay. Have a Machias. Good game, friend. That'll do it. Golgari Planeswalkers. That's the deck we built. And that is exactly what just happened there. 3 Planeswalkers on the board. That was sweet. There's 2 Planeswalkers in our sideboard. We're not even playing. I still don't think we need them. I'll say Worn Power Stone sticks out a bit like a sore thumb, but there are definitely a few big creatures it'll help us get to. Oh, our opponent wanted to get value from the Young Paramancer, so they didn't kill our Avacyn's Pilgrim on turn 1? Oh, man. Sweet summer child. That was a mistake. Good game. They had to play with fire. That's so greedy. For a 1/1, that's so greedy. They had the answer. Sorry, James Tiger. That was rough. I suppose we'll pillage here for a swamp. I guess I'll take relics. Relics of the Hrubble Belt. Black mana. Black mana. We're going to make sure Nissa survives before we start attacking. Why did they play with fire in my face? Just to, like, show them, hey, whoops. They could have still gotten the Avacyn's Pilgrim. It's funny, I haven't tapped this for mana for the past 2 turns. I only needed it on turn 2 for the Worn Power Stone. All right, now I can keep up a Murderous Rider and attack. It's time to attack. Oh, the Scry. Yes, that is why they pinged me. Okay, good call. Why'd you say Scry? Scry. That is exactly why. I'm trying to do some combo stuff. Oh, we're going to get a Tali. That's what's happening here. They want to play a Tali next turn. That's their whole goal. Can we just win? I don't think we can. But we can blow up treasures. Playing Tali is a pretty reasonable goal to have. Something to aspire to. I suppose I'm not going to waste that on a treasure, am I? I'm just going to make a 5/5. What's the worst thing that happens? My opponent plays. See, they had another mana anyway. Here's a Tali. Oh, what? That is incredible. That is incredible. Burn Down the House gets everything. And if I hadn't spent my Nissa trigger to get rid of Dragon's Horde, I would still have all of those things. I suppose this allows me to put a threat on the board at least. What a combo. Nice top deck. Double land? All right. I could have attacked with Guardian Idol to put my opponent on a 2-turn clock. I was a little more concerned with leaving up a blocker for hasty things. Though, that might have been an oversight. I don't feel like I need to kill my opponent next turn when I have Ob Nixilis. Yeah, there we go. Still Still would have been nice to have him at 4, but oh well. Next list, we'll play creature. We'll attack with our Guardian Idol. And play another creature. This has been a good game. See if our opponent top decks something spicy. Good game, opponent. Good game. Good game. That burn down the house was awesome. Not good enough. Yeah, we fought through some fun that game. I like when my opponent interacts with me. Don't make it too easy. Nissa was just running away with the game from turn 3, and my opponent turned that whole thing off. That was pretty cool. Their greedy play of not killing Avacyn's Pilgrim on turn 1 might not have led to their demise after all. Maybe that scry was everything that they needed. Yeah, you're right. It was a waste. It was absolutely a waste. But I wanted to keep that in my hand for some reason. That was stupid, though. I could have kept ticking her up, play a 4/4. That was wrong. I'll even say that was wrong. If I play Worn Power Stone, the next turn I have a lot of mana. But if I play Unstoppable Slasher, the next I just like kill them. I'm gonna play the Power Stone. They took Kolagon's command out of the cube, so Worn Power Stone is a little bit safer than it used to be. Alright. Well, I like the idea of Glarb not existing any longer. I just play Vraska? Yeah. I mean, I could play Chupacabra, but what else do I do with my mana this turn? I do give my opponent an extra mana, but I don't give them the ability to play lands or spells off the top of their deck. Haste is good. Haste won't quite do it. Alright, so now we have Chupacabra for Jacob Hawken, and we get to keep up a Caryatid to block. This is no longer coming into play tapped. Don't have anything to proliferate. Slasher's a fine blocker. What a curve. We even missed, that was turn 5, right? We missed our turn 4 land drop. Just a poor Zubat. Unevolved. Just alone in a dark cave. That was cool. Just one. I do not want an added extra stun counter. As much as I like the idea of having a relics out, I think I'd rather just play Scrap Shooter. That's a token. This is an artifact. That's true. I could have proliferated Bankbuster. Whoops. But I wanted to see what I drew in case I needed the mana to spend it on something else. Okay. Okay, Roxanne. They're fighting to get rid of that Vraska. I don't think Vraska's going to die this turn. Vraska lives. And we draw a card. All right. I like how this is going. What a top deck. Oh, Rite of Replication. That was the only card in the yard. Which one do I want? Which one do I want to copy? I guess I'll use Rite. Crab, Bominam nom 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 nomination. Oh, is that a one with the multiverse? Crab. Crabominam nomination. I nominate the crab to abominate and stab. 4-0. Let's keep it going. Golgari Planeswalkers featuring Crabomination. Crab into one with the multiverse. In a format where half of the spells are big, splashy, expensive things, spells that steal your opponent's cards and play them for free, quite strong. Strong to quite strong. This hand looks really, really good. I know I don't have any other black mana, but Relics of the Rubble Belt can totally get me black mana. And I'm on the play, so that's hard to interact with. Unless our opponent has a play with fire they want to hold back. Black? Ah, no black. It's okay. This hand just got a lot worse. Oof. You can just urgent necropsy their Skull Prophet away. Just slow them down for a turn. Am I actually considering doing that? I just want to play my crab. I'm going to kill it. This feels like a bit of a waste of a card, but it's going to slow our opponent down because we don't have anything to play. And it's not like that Necropsy is getting any better anytime soon. There we go. Crab. Give me some crab. And now we have something else in the graveyard to take besides a Fabled Passage. This is a 2-drop. I get the Iron Crag. Alright, well, not all Crabominations can be incredible. Some have to be tame. All right, I don't even need to use this Polukranos. Or, sorry, I don't even need to use the Chupacabra because I have this. That's not a bad idea. Ooh, the Null Drifter. Oh, just evoked. What a fun card. I guess I'll put this on my Avacyn's Pilgrim. Nah. Put it on this so I can actually play my... Nah, you know what? I want Polukranos... No, I don't. I don't want Polukranos to die. Alright. Wishy-washy. We're just going to attack for 10 and play our Guardian Idol. What happened? A Kindred Denial on the Guardian Idol? Alright. That's a play. Here comes Atali. Something devastating. Good game. Good game, opponent. Five and 0. We like it. No Atalis today. Yeah, I mean, I'm just expecting my opponents to tap out and play Atali once I've blown my load, but I haven't seen that much today. Let's see, we're 12 and 1 so far for the day. Let's see if we can get a couple more wins and make it 2 trophies. Got the hat trick yesterday. Let's see if we can at least get a double here. I see a castable Cavalier on turn 4. I see a 4/4 that comes out before that. Eat some removal. Maybe destroy a Mind Stone or something. It's not a land. Oh, Guardian Idol, how you kill my opponents and ramp me to 4. Alright, well, Skull Prophet looks like trouble, doesn't it? Eat some removal. Do it. Oh, damn. That's pretty good removal. Getting rid of our Guardian Idol. Ouch. Ouchie. That hurts. You got Eeyore. Yeah, that's fine. This Finale of Eternity will be devastating when the time comes. That was a good binning. Got Vraska and got rid of a couple ramp cards we don't care about anymore. But we still have a good target to grab. Hmm. Maelstrom Pulse takes out wolves, or I can just kill Garrick. Probably should just kill Garrick. Kill Varric, kill Garrick. Choop the Alesha. Leave up blockers. Maybe he'll play a bigger creature for me to hit with Finale. They will play another creature. That's 2 women. Alana and Alina. They have a fun story arc. Ten or more? That's not going to happen. Yeah, with a Worn Power Stone, maybe. Get up to 10 mana. Or 12. I need 12 mana for that. That's 4 mana away. I'm better off just using it. Uh-oh, our opponent gets to steal a Vraska from us. Gets to steal Vraska and get back their own... I don't know. Garrick? Or Unleash? Probably Unleash or Roxanne. Yep, they did get our Vraska. Suspected, and we drew a land. That sucks. That sucks. My opponent just probably plays Vraska and kills our Cavalier and attacks. Top decking a land there was pretty bad. The card is good. The card is good. It looks like we're dead anyway, because they play Roxanne and we just lose. What is it, 6-10? Imagine if I could have done that in response to them targeting Vraska. We are dead. I suppose our opponent has decided to give us another turn. I like extra turns. Oof, another land off the top. All right, good game, good game. Couple too many lands there. All right, we're 5-1. We're cool with a loss. Let us continue. This is not going to do it. This will. Crossroads on turn 2, and then... yeah. Play Vraska on turn 3. That is pretty dope. And we can proliferate a doll? Alright. Combo. A resourceful collector, causing our planeswalkers problems. Oh, that's something. Twitching Doll is going to make 5 2/2s next turn. Mark my words. I suppose it doesn't have to. Another land. Wow. I would like to draw a card. It's pretty good. Is now the time to make 2/2s, or should I make 7 next turn? I think I should probably just make 5 2/2s. Spiders. Terrifying. Imagine getting a doll and it explodes into 5 spiders. I guess it's time to bring down the beats. I've made a mistake. Okay, that's cool. Do that wrong, your opponent gets to play the card. Alright, so I think I just get rid of this Augur of Autumn and smash face. Yeah, and I can even crew the Reckoner Bankbuster in defense. Franco attacks. Good game. Yes, we can. Good game. All right, we're 6-1. Ramptastic. Can Golgari Planeswalkers go all the way? Get us another trophy? Let's find out. Fingers crossed. We like good hands. We like good draws. I'll take care of the rest. Keep. Zagaram. Sylvan Caryatid has Hexproof. Pretty good one on turn 2. We're going to play that over the doll, even though we want the doll to start ticking up. Opponent will kill the doll. Perhaps. Perhaps not. I mean, yeah, we should crab before Nissa, I think. Yeah, might as well crab. Bad crab. Bad crab. Well, we got a card out of their hand. Maybe they'll use removal. Maybe they have Murderous Rider. That was my thought. Is they have Murderous Rider, and I would rather them kill Crab than Nissa. Oh, mistakes have been made. Mistakes have been made. I could have played Nissa and had a threat still. Oof. What a throw. What a throw. They have Menace. You can hit Nissa for a good amount. But a 6/6 will be good. Even if he does tick down Nissa, I have Finale of Eternity and Urgent Necropsy next turn. Urgent Necropsy looking even better. Urgent Necropsy not looking any better. I thought he was going to hit Nissa there. A 3/3. See, Overlord of the Baelmerk is a good body. I can Finale both of those 1/1s away. Yeah, I should do that. I should do that to keep Nissa alive. And I'm going to gift my opponent a card to get rid of that Maze Mind Tome. That's 3 fewer cards than they could potentially get with it. Now Lolth has to die if he wants creatures. Lolth is dead. Mission accomplished. It's a pretty good answer. Get him with this Urgent Necropsy. I don't want Elspeth Conquers Death to get him back a creature. I might wait till next turn to play it and just pay the extra mana so that I can get an Overlord of the Baelmerk out. Yeah, I'm gonna make this trade. He might have something else I'm gonna kill with Necropsy. I can get a lot of value out of that card. Grab. Kind of weak to an opponent's crab here. That's cool though. I can live through that. No. Creature. Enchantment. Planeswalker. What is it? 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now there's some good options for the crab to hit next turn. Our opponent has more cards, a lot of mana. All sorts of things could happen here. Crab. What will the crab find us? No, that looked good. Invasion of Tolvada? Alright. Get back an Overlord. Yeah, I guess so. Lord kind of kills us. I don't really want Cavalier. Like, I'll run out of cards too fast if I take that. Triple block. I'm afraid of milling myself out with that Cavalier. Invasion of Tovada was not very impressive. All the cards I could have gotten off of that Crabomination. Come back wrong, a land, and invasion. Not very strong. Nixilis is not what I had in mind. Definitely not great against Elspeth. I'm going to draw a card off Bankbuster this turn. I'll save Pillage the Bog for next turn. Season of the Burrow to get back an indestructible Maze Mind tome. That's interesting. Definitely help even the playing field of cards. Seems like a good play. You got 1/1s. Yeah, I don't really like where we're at. Elspeth Sun's Champion was a really good answer to what we have. Because the Bog does look through more than the size of our deck. Nissa's gone. Do we have any threats left? I feel like they're all gone. Unstoppable Slasher or Vraska? Pelucranos is pretty good. Yeah, I guess I'll hang back Chupacabra. Still a potential of my opponent playing something huge. I do not like that. I do not like that. Pretty cool white-black control deck my opponent has. If I had to guess, I think we're going to lose this game, but we're going to do our best. We're going to try our darndest. I wish Pelucranos could have died there. I didn't have the mana to make him fight 3 times. Oh man, I really needed to draw a creature there. Then I could have killed the token, killed the other token, animated Bankbuster, and killed Elspeth, but fuck. Needed to draw something other than a forest. Oof. Double top deck forests. That is not how we win games. 3 lands off the top. All right. I mean, there's only 2 spells left in our deck, so we can expect lands. That Blasphemous Edict was very good, followed by the Elspeth Conquers Death. Our opponent ran us out of cards pretty well. And both of our Crabomination hits were abysmal. I don't think there's any way for us to win this game. I'm inclined to forfeit. Concede. Yeah, we lose. We've got nothing left. Maybe if we had Massacre Worm in our deck. That was a good game. That was a good game. We had nothing left. As much as I'd like to cut this Worn Power Stone for Massacre Worm, I guess Scrap Shooter's been kind of bad. I could play Massacre Worm instead. We're trying one more game to get our trophy. This is the final match for Golgari Planeswalkers. Can we take it home? Man. All right. All right, deck. I see you. Trying to make things work out for me. It's awfully kind. Like Llanowar Elves is going to eat it. Yeah, I mean, these are good top decks. These are good top decks. Our opponent's got good answers. And I have a Crab. Crab doesn't steal anything good from the yard. But it is a Crab. Was that a Planeswalker? Was that a Rite of the Dragon? Rite of the Dragon Caller? Alright, that's sick. Or I can make my opponent discard a card and lose 2 life. Rite of the Dragon Caller. I have two instants of sorceries in my hand. That's insane. It's like Crab's gonna eat it. Crab has eaten it. Yeah, I suppose I'll make a 5/5. That is hilarious. Thank you, Crabomination. Good game. Turn 4, Crabomination. Trophy. All right. That's 5 trophies in a row on stream. Maybe 6. That is our 8th draft trophy for Cube for this season. Just absolutely killing it. This deck was good. What do we start with? Alanoir Elves. And then we got past... Was it Sylvan Caryatid? Relics. Relics of the Rubble Belt, maybe? And then Unstoppable Slasher. And then we got a black-green. Or, I don't know. We got some stuff. This deck all came together pretty well. Once I had a few ramp pieces, I picked up things like Crabomination. And then picked as many Planeswalkers as I could. When you don't have the big creatures to play, Planeswalkers do the trick too. This deck was awesome. Good games. Where are we at? Is it... Quick bio break. And I'll be back for some more Magic. Thanks for watching. I'm Kevin, and I appreciate you. Cube Draft, rank 23, and double trophies. I'll be back. And we're back. We have time for another draft. Had a good amount of Magic today. think we've got time for one more. If I end it early, well, I'll finish it tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you very much. I feel good about it. And you don't have to play... I mean, you definitely have to play enough, but I do my best to get up there with as few reps as possible. Let's see. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. See how many wins I have compared to the rest. Chromatic Cube draft. All right. Let's hop back in. Yeah, I definitely have a good number of games among the top 25. Certainly not the most. Some people have a lot of match wins. I only have 1,100. All right, pack one, pick one. What's in store for us with this draft? We're here to have fun. I see Dragonhawk. Dragonhawk's cool. But there's a Tender Wild Guide here. That card's awesome. It fits on the curve for 2 or 4. And it ramps any color, unlike some of the 2-drops that just give you green. The only other card in here I'd consider taking, pick one, is probably Dragonhawk. That card's awesome. But Tender Wild Guide it is. Cheap removal goes a long way in this format. Path to Exile looks like a good card. There's also Zagoth Triumph. It's not a bad idea to take Triumphs early, but Path is great. We'll figure out a way to make it work in our green deck. But yeah, Dream Dragon R. I mean, the only way you get good at draft is by drafting a lot. That is one thing that can be said. And that can be said about any format in Magic. You only get good at Magic if you play Magic. And that's how I got good at Magic, just by playing the shit out of it. And learning. You know, you gotta learn from your mistakes too. There's a growth mindset that's important for that. I see Titan of Industry, but I also see Buried in the Garden, and I already have green and white here, so Buried in the Garden's awesome. We're going to take it. Titan of Industry is replaceable. Buried in the Garden is literally not replaceable. There's only one card that does this. Binding of the Old Gods does the same thing, I guess. But no, it doesn't. It does it slower. Buried in the Garden gives you the extra mana to use on that next turn. It's better than Binding. All right, Lauren looks pretty good. I see Doppelgang here. I see Branchloft Pathway. I see Commercial District for the possible splash of Atali. I think maybe I should just take that. Be Atali-minded. Lauren blows up so many different things. I feel like it'll be a really good card in whatever deck I end up in. Iron Crag. I'll take Iron Crag over any of these. Vorinclex is fine. Exercise is good. Cheap removal. Definitely very good, but we're going to take Iron Crag. Take all the ramp pieces. Relic of Legends. I suppose that can help us ramp more than just one card. Shattered Sanctum. Yeah, I'll take Relic. I do have a legendary creature after all. Hello, Menagerie Curator. It only casts creatures, but I mean, creatures are the best cards in this format. Especially since they got rid of Breach the Multiverse. Illidomri. Some dual lands here. There's a Voracious Hydra. I'm just going to take Illidomri. It's really good. Cheats Craterhoof Behemoth into play. Lets you cast free spells. Feels expensive, but it is a future sight for creatures at 3 mana. Angelic Destiny is hilarious. It's not necessarily the card I want to be playing in this format. I'm going to try it. At least I'm going to pick the card, since the rest of this pack isn't very exciting. I think Eldest Reborn's probably the next best card. Coma? I could just take Archangel. Coma's kind of expensive and just dies. Titan of Industry looks good. Overlord of the Flood Pits also looks pretty good. But I'm going to lean into this green-white. Got that red-green land. All right. Wheeling Vorinclex, I'll take that. Yeah, Day of Judgment, there's so few effects that actually do this in the set. And I have a couple non-creature ways to ramp. I think I should probably take this. There's also a Key to the Archive, though. Man, that card's really good. Yeah, no. Yep, I'm going to pass Day of Judgment. Key to the Archive is way better. Key to the Archive also lets me play these kicker costs. Elspeth Sun's Champion. That's a good card to ramp into. Avacyn's Pilgrim. Hell yeah. Passing a Brimaz and a Nexus of Becoming and a Kogla. No problem. Angel of Sanctions. It's a good removal card. Solid creature. This deck is looking pretty good already. Archangel of Wrath. Got ways to splash. Now, this pack's got a lot of goods in it. Maybe we can wheel one of these red greens and also see a Tali in the last pack. I'm not sure if I think ramp decks are the strongest to play or if I just like them the most, but I think they probably are stronger to play. It's really fun to play a control deck in this format and actually win with it because that is a challenge. But it's fun. It's a welcome challenge. This deck looks quite good. Have to pass a couple green-white duels for this Bramble Familiar. Maybe we'll wheel one of them. Gilded Lotus over a Touch the Spirit Realm. I don't think so. Touch the Spirit Realm even like saves your creatures from dying sometimes. It saves it from Wrath. Like I could save my Titan of Industry from a Wrath effect with Touch the Spirit Realm. Lush Portico looks good. We're gonna have to pass an Ephemerate and a Planar Disruption, but that's okay. And March. Relics? What is this? Wrath Protection, I suppose. That doesn't look very good to me. I guess I should just take Relics. Roxanne looks good, though. We have a bunch of ways to splash for red. Ooh, man. Brimaz or Nexus of Becoming? I'll probably take Nexus. I have a lot of ramp. I don't know. Brimaz is such a good threat. I shouldn't have taken Brimaz there. That wasn't right. I don't want Knight of the White Orchid very much. I feel like it's not good enough. Alright, what do we have in store for us? Monomorph Visionary, Goldvein Hydra. I should have taken that Nexus of Becoming over Brimaz. That was stupid. Sacred Foundry to help splash. I'm losing hope on a potential Atali. I don't really want anything else out of this pack, though. Saint Delenda's a good piece to ramp into. It's no Atali, but it's really good. Does a similar thing as as Titan of Industry, but more. Gives you 2 bodies, gains you 4 life, and gets rid of your opponent's best thing. Wow, what a pack. Sire of Seven Deaths and Lanoir Loam Speaker. I do have 2 7-drops already. I gotta take the 2-drop. I gotta take the Loam Speaker. Sire of Seven Deaths is definitely one of the better cards in the set, but... No. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have faulted you for taking Sire there, but I like my top end. I also have this Sylvan Primordial I can play. Man, I wish I could fit Vona in here. I guess I'll take Cavalier. Card's good. I don't care as much about Roxanne, but she is still pretty good. Cityscape Leveler? I could also take Collector's Cage. Collector's Cage is kind of overpowered, isn't it?
I did realize that. I've watched really through Joe Rogan having Graham Hancock.
Ooh, an Elvish Mystic pick 8? Damn. I have a lot of creatures that cost 2 or less. Or cost 3 or less. Meh. Last few picks. Oh, we wheeled an overgrown farmland. Gorgeous. Man, what are we going to cut? This deck is wildly powerful. I think I might have wanted to take that big thing over this Collector's Cage. Sylvan Primordial is pretty awesome. Yeah, I just don't know if Collector's Cage is actually good enough to play. Sure it is. It doesn't quite fit our theme. I guess I don't need 3 7-drops either. Do I cut Lauren or Relic of Legends? Relic of Legends I can use in the same turn compared to Relics of the Rebel Belt. I only have a couple creatures I can actually use with it. Eight cards that ramp up 2 or less. I could play Brimaz instead of this Relics, but I want to get up to 7 mana. Relics is good enough to get there. If I made my mana more red. I do have a couple more top end cards to play. This Roxanne's practically free. That adds a lot of tapped lands to the deck, though. I guess just one. But a lot of cards that don't tap for green on turn one, I don't think that's worth it. That'll reduce my consistency a bit too much. Alright, so just one more card then. Is it Relics or is it another big ol' creature? Between Sylvan Primordial, Relics, and Brimaz, probably. Maybe I just play Relics. Get more ramp. No, I'm going to play Sylvan Primordial. That's something I can cheat into play with Eladamri. We're a little heavy on threats, but... And Relics is a really good 2-for-1. I guess Vorinclex isn't that good. Pretty reasonable with Elspeth. And it's cheaper. I guess it's nice to just have something else on the curve. I have good interaction. I don't think I need Sylvan Primordial. Let's just throw Relics in, make sure I hit all of the ramp I need. Game time! Thanks, Rune Dragon. I appreciate you. Your luck is well received. Well, they didn't have that. Oh, yeah, I mean, that was nice. All right, let's play Oracle. Hope I get a land off the top. Or do I just play Key? If I play Key, I don't really want to discard that plane, so I'm just going to play Oracle. Bummer. Bummer, dude. I'll regrowth so I can get back Path to Exile. I'm going to Path Gwenna at upkeep so our opponent can't use the effect and doesn't get an untapped land for their turn. Like Oracle of Moldiah to do something for me. Damn. Do I care about their Omen Path journey enough to bury it in the garden? Yeah, they know the buried in the garden is in my hand. Yeah, that's gonna give my opponent a lot of lands. That's pretty strong. Oh. Hey, we get some lands. Well, we got a land. Can this draw me a card? I doubt it. No, I have tons of elf druids in my deck. What do they have for us? Pretty good. Kills our Oracle. No birthing ritual. All right. You know, that's pretty darn good. I guess we just do it now and get rid of Nissa. Do I? I just want to give them another card. I guess I could save it. Something else. I think I'd rather just make my opponent trade off Roxanne if they really want Nissa to survive. Pay 3 for that, yeah? Thought so. All right, we got Nissa. Our opponent has 10 mana to work with. Overlord seems fine. Ilharg is definitely good. That was a nice draw. All right, so we get to take out Ilharg. And he can take it back to his deck if he wants. That just means by killing the angel, he doesn't get it back for free. And then I think I should start some damage in. And I don't know if I care about leaving my Path to Exile up. I'd rather get some damage in. Yep. That was a good trade. There we go. We got the Vaultborn Tyrant out. It's looking like a juicy target for Path to Exile. This is what we were waiting for. And now if our opponent searches their library for a land, they lose that Ilharg off the top. Big brain play there. They could have sacrificed Vaultborn Tyrant to Birthing Ritual to bring out Ilharg and get another Vaultborn Tyrant, and then they would have gained a bunch of life and drawn a bunch of cards. Attack in with the squad. Our opponent's at 3. Our opponent can crack the Ghost Vacuum and get back their Overlord. Then we just win in the sky. Oh no, that has flying. 6 mana. That was pretty cool. Gotta hand it to him. It was a good stabilize. Not good enough. Good game. All right, it is 6 o'clock, and I donated blood today, so honestly, I'm pretty exhausted. And we're going to end it here. I know we're just one win into this green-white deck, but we'll finish it tomorrow. This has been awesome. Good games. Thanks for watching. I'm Kevin. And we got 2 trophies today. Went 15-3 over all of our games. That's a fun day. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. See you next time. Peace.